Okay, again, I want to say good evening, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to all of you who are here in person, as well as our online guests. At this time, I want to call this meeting to order. Today is April the 28th, 2026, and the time is 6:06. At this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Stevens if she would come up, and she's going to lead us in a word of in the Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence. Ms. Stevens is a fourth grader at JES. Let's all stand, please.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of to the United States of America, and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pause for a moment of silence.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you very much.
Shalaya, we want to thank you for coming and doing the pledge this evening. Ms. Stevens, if you all would go right out in the middle with Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon, here's the certificate. Shalaya did an awesome job doing our pledge this evening. Let's give her another round of applause. Great job. All right.
Okay, again, I get a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I move that motion. Second.
Okay, the motion has been properly made by Ms. Blackshear and second by Ms. King. Is there any discussion? Not all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Ms. Blackshear, you have the ethics statement?
Yes, sir. In accordance with regulations set forth by the Georgia Ethics Commission, it is the duty of every board member to avoid both conflicts of interest and interests of such conflict. Does any board member have any non-conflict of interest? Seeing none, Madam Chair, we will proceed with our agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Blackshear. At this time, we have a couple of people that want a public participation. Each person will have 5 minutes to speak. And is Ms. Nelson here tonight? Would you come up, please?
Oh, 1 second. Please let me know when I can begin. Okay, I wanted to address the importance of leadership in our school environment. Ms. Jenkins was arrested at the start of the school year, but faced no repercussions, returned to the school within the same week. However, she expects the students to be held accountable. The respect of our community has been diminished, especially after seeing the comments on social media. What type of leadership does this demonstrate to our children? Additionally, I've heard from many families about ongoing behaviors at the Twiggs County Middle High School, leaving both students and staff feeling unheard, misunderstood, and unappreciated when they view their opinions. Additionally, I have heard multiple things in reference to students and teachers being allowed to be in the homerooms while they're doing Georgia milestone testing, which I am aware that this is not able to be done. Personally, I have faced issues regarding my 13-year-old child who was told by a substitute teacher, Miss Ivy, that she didn't like her. This was reported to Ms. Jenkins, Mr. Ingram, and Ms. Griffin during the meeting, but I feel like the resolution offered did not allow this to be resolved. And my daughter also came to me and stated to me that what if she wanted to hurt herself because of the words that were given to her by this teacher? My daughter expressed that she could have did self-harm, making me question the safety of allowing someone with such an attitude around children. But instead of them stating that, this teacher would be removed, that my children could sit in a room by themselves while the substitute was still allowed to work in the school. We developed a positive relationship with Ms. Griffin, but my children were recently informed that she was no longer allowed on the campus. This sudden change had greatly affected my children's willingness to attend school, leading to behavioral issues, ultimately putting both of my daughters into alternative schooling. I have discussed this whole issue about the counseling situation with people at the school, and I offered $5,000 for her to be able to come back to the school in the building. Even though my children are no longer there, it's not about just my children, it's about everyone. The following day, Ms. Griffin was told that she would be allowed to come back into the building after I offered this monetary. So, what I have to say is that basically they thought I was dumb. They said that go ahead and you can go back and I can get the $5,000, but they did not renew her contract, and her job is up on the board now for someone else to fill her position. Moreover, I noticed the inconsistency in the discipline based on individual circumstances. In the handbook outlines specific consequences that should be applied to all, not selective based on the principal's direction. No. Many staff members have left and others have opted out not to return next year. While I acknowledge that Ms. Jenkins may have been able to address the challenges over at the elementary school, I don't think that she is able or capable to be an effective leader at the high school. It is my responsibility to come to you guys, and it's you guys' responsibility to have a welcoming community for the children and the staff alike. And I also wanted to say, we have to figure out alternative things for the children. I know that people make mistakes, and the children have been getting caught vaping at school, but rather resorting to explosion, my goal is to offer support instead of punishment. In a workplace, failing a drug test or getting any kind of things like DUIs, we offer rehabilitation. So why not extend a similar support to the students? Instead of isolating the child for behavior, we should seek to understand them, and they might be facing challenges that we don't understand. And we need to give them the initial things to help them, to support them. And also, I just want to say that I'm here and I'm not going nowhere. Y'all have to understand that I'm a stand on business. I'm standing on business for everyone, not just my children, because they're not even there anymore. The urge that I have to make this a better place for all of these people in this community is overwhelming. It hurts me to see that you guys are letting one person destroy your whole community. Because your school is where it begins. These are the children that you're raising to be adults. And if you give them this example, what do you expect? That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you, Ms. Nelson. We will, within the next 10 days, you should hear from us. Thank you. Okay. And you should hear something from us within the next 10 days. Okay. Is Ms. Nelson here? I mean, not Ms. Nelson, Ms. Bryant. Come on.
Good afternoon. I was not prepared to speak today. The only thing I came out to do was offer support. But since I was asked if I wanted to speak, it doesn't take much to get up and speak to you all when you have been mishandled or your child has been mishandled. I feel like for the last 2 years, my child has been mishandled out to the high school. For example, she ran from homecoming. Last year, she was a junior. We worked very hard on her campaign. I feel like, and I'm her mom, and I'm just gonna say, I feel like she had the better one, but somebody may feel like she did, and that's okay too. So a week before homecoming, my child calls me very upset and says that a student, one of the girls, because it was 3 of them, one of the girls come from out of the office and coming out of the halls, Isaiah lost. We like, well, Zaya, how you know you lost when homecoming is not until next week? Like, how does anybody know that you lost? Oh, well, so-and-so came down the hall telling me that I lost. So long story short, the administration chose, they said that it did everything early. The administration chose to take my daughter off of the ballot because they said that when they did the vote, she split the votes. So that's how everybody knew. What they knew from Ms. Jenkins in the office, she broadcasted it. Somebody came down the hall and told my daughter. How is that as a parent? And again, we understand too that children are gonna lose. Everybody can't win. I had this conversation with my kid prior to her even running, like somebody has to lose. That wasn't the case. We understand that. It was the handling of how it was done. It was also told to me that up until 2 or 3 years ago, Tweeds County was using the voting system, the voting machines from the Board of Education, from the Board of Elections. Those were removed. If you have juniors and seniors, they should be prepared to use a voting machine, right? Why would we not have our students using voting machines? So what we did was, we let the kids go in the cafeteria and we just hold cell phones around looking. How effective is that? I still haven't got clarity on that. We took the voting machines out, which we know that was accurate, and they will be given to us the night of homecoming to have it done by teachers and administration in a lunchroom, and the results are done a week and a half before homecoming. That doesn't make sense. All right? A second thing, that I have. I have 2 more minutes. So this was this year. I'm sitting out to a game. My daughter is a cheerleader. So this particular night, I'm sitting here minding my own business, watching the game. It's a Tuesday. I'm tired from work. I've been to work all day. I just want to chill out and watch my daughter cheer. So it's a child that comes up with a baseball bat. I don't know where the baseball bat comes from. It's administration at the game. Everybody is there. So we're seeing this child walk up behind me with a baseball bat. So I immediately turn around like, what's going on back here? You know, and that's what I said, like, what's going on? Because it was children that were starting to congregate behind my head. So I locked eyes with one kid that told me, it's nothing going on. So I turned around. A child, as I turned around, I heard a kid tell somebody, what the F is she looking at? I don't know the child. I've never seen her before. Don't know who she is, doesn't know anything about her. I turned around, I'm like, well, I turned around because I seen the kid with the bat, you know, and I asked him, like, who is your mom? She wouldn't say anything. It was just the art, and I'm like, I don't do that or whatever, and I asked the teacher, like, who was her mom? The teacher said whatever, and I thought it was done with. Maybe about 5 minutes later, it was a commotion, and I still don't understand what the commotion was caused from because, again, I'm a parent. I didn't come to cause a confusion. I came to watch my daughter. So the commotion stopped the game. Ms. Jenkins come and asked me, hey, what goes on? I tell her what happens. She asks 2 or 3 other people. About 5 minutes later, I'm sitting there with my friend watching the game. Her and an officer comes up to me and had me to escort me out. And I'm like, why? What did I do wrong? Why am I being escorted out? She tells me that I'm being escorted out because the children called their parents and their grandparents, and they were coming to the school to do whatever to me, and that was a threat. And I'm like, well, if it's a threat, you should be learning law enforcement that somebody is coming to the school, not telling me that I to get out so somebody can get me. So what about me? You know, like, what about me? They didn't care. So I said, well, okay, I see my board member over here, so I'm just going to relay it to him to see how he feels about it. Long story short, nothing ever happened. Nothing ever gets resolved. I feel like I'm a broken record. I make complaints. Nothing ever happens. So hopefully, somebody, if not with my child, because she's about to graduate in a few weeks, hopefully this platform here tonight will be somebody for the future so somebody can open their eyes to see what's going on to that school. Because apparently somebody's off track. I've been mishandled as a parent and I was embarrassed, y'all. It was do you know how many people were at that game? I was so embarrassed. I've never been embarrassed before like that in my life. But it happened. And again, I appreciate y'all for listening to me. I don't know if I really did any much help. And again, I did come prepared, but I couldn't sit there. I had to pray about it and to let somebody know what's been going on. Thank you all.
Again, somebody will reach out to you real soon. At this time, do any of the board members have any comments or remarks? None? Do you sign up on the?
That's right, I sign up. I don't even have a job in the school, but I've lived here for 2 years. I'm at 10. I live across the street.
Okay, we can talk to you after this.
What I have to say is, agree. These ladies have already spoken.
She just basically wants to say that she agrees that there's a problem.
Oh, okay, okay. All right,
We have kids that's in the school. She's
gotcha,
here to support
gotcha.
us.
Well, thank you.
We can have more support if you guys want to do something. I can get CNN out here too.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but is there an open forum to where we could sign up? Because I didn't know
Just, whoa. Let me address this here, okay? First of all, anytime, you're welcome to come and speak to the board at any time. Ideally, what we would like for you to do is to call the office ahead of time and have your name put on the list. In order for us to do things properly. So anytime you want to speak to the board as a group, all you have to do is call the office and tell them you want your name on the list, and we'll be willing to listen.
My understanding, calling doesn't do any good. I also don't have a kid here, but my friend's nephew goes to school, and they tried calling, talking to the principal, and couldn't get hold of him.
You have to call the central office.
Yes,
You
so
call central office.
call central office, and your name will get put on the agenda for that night. Thank you. At this time, Superintendent, if you have anything to say.
Yes, there's a few. We have testing this week, and the remainder of next week, we start the end of course testing at the high school. Also, we have Teacher Appreciation Week. So board members on Wednesday, if your schedule allows, please get in contact with me. We'd like you to be present, and we look forward to honoring all of our teachers on next week. We really do appreciate all that they do. This week is senior week at the high school, so it'll be culminating with a field trip on May 1st, and next week is also School Nurses Week as well. And like to, Ms. Blackshear, we want to tell you congratulations on your new grandbaby, and from myself and the board, literacy starts when they're young, so we got you a selection of books to read to your new grandbaby. So congratulations to you and your family. Okay. That is all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bacon. Okay, this time I need to get a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes the minutes from April the 14th as well as district requests.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, a motion has been properly made by Ms. King and second by Ms. Blackshear to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into our business agenda. And Ms. Reeder?
Good evening, Board Chair Karstafen, Vice Chair Rouse, board members, Superintendent Tyrone Bacon. Tonight I am speaking about salary schedules. This is the second presentation of this, the second viewing of this presentation, and it is up for vote tonight. It aligns with our vision, generating excellence, one team, one goal, and our mission to inspire, challenge, and prepare all students to compete globally. It also aligns with all 5 of our strategic goals. This presentation is a request to approve all salary schedules for fiscal year 2027. Salary schedule changes. For fiscal year 26-27, there will be a minimum amount of changes to the salary schedules. The changes to the salary schedule are positions for the accounting and compliance manager and the budget and financial systems manager that has been added to the classified salary schedule, and I will make sure you know where that is when we get to that point. The language of the degree incentive supplement has been updated to clarify that the degree incentive pay is not allowable for classified or certified administrators. There is a freeze on pay scales. Due to the budget restraints, we are asking that a pay freeze be implemented for all employees for fiscal year 26-27. The salaries for employees who earn a degree upgrade will be adjusted for the degree upgrade, but not for the experience step increase. And then what you have in front of you is the administrative salary schedule, which is exactly the same as last year. You see the position supplements, which is also the same. You see the certified salary schedule for 190-day employees. It is the same. You see the local supplements for certified staff. It is the same. And then the classified salary schedule, what you see is on column 5 and 6, those are the two new positions that were added, and that is for the accounting and compliance manager and for the budget and financial systems manager. It is a reclassification of those two positions. And then for miscellaneous rates, that stays the same. However, the industry certification and degree incentives for classified non-administrative positions will remain under further review. It does not exist until we bring it back for approval. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Reardon. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to approve the schedules for the FY27 fiscal year.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the salary schedules for FY27?
I make that motion.
Okay, a motion has been properly made by Mr. Rouse and second by Ms. Blackshear. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reader. Mr. Bacon?
Good afternoon, Board Chair Christoffen, Vice Chair Rouse, Ms. Blackshear, Ms. King, and Mr. Butler. On last week, we had our state facility team meeting to approve our 5-year facility plan. This plan is the plan that will drive all of our facility needs and monies from the state for the next 5 years, which may include building a new school if we want to, which would be a key part of this. So this will take a little long, but it is also required by state law that we go through this and then sign the resolution at the end. So with that, this is the 5-year plan. It's a story of reality, responsibility, and renewal. But first of all, our vision, generating excellence, one team, one goal, with the mission to inspire, challenge, and prepare all of our students to compete globally. Our district is at a turning point. We have declining enrollment and population, aging facilities, and deferred maintenance. We have rising operating costs that most of us are seeing all over the nation, and a need for long-term strategic planning to meet these needs. This is the census data of Twiggs County. Our population is declining 1% annually over the last 15 years. We have a low fertility rate in the county. We have a shrinking size of youth of our population. The median age is 47.2 and increasing. 65 and older is our largest growing segment of our population in this county. And the district relies on families for students, and that is also declining. Our residents are usually highly stable, but we're seeing an influx with the rising costs of housing and rent and neighboring. We're seeing an influx of students, but more transient in nature. As you can see, our enrollment trends, we're in a downward trend going from 2019 to currently 25-26. And to give you an example of when I started here, we were at almost 1,200 students. We're at 730, and really when you take away pre-K, we're at about 670 of students right now. Jefferson Elementary remains with positive growth over the last 4 to 5 years, stabilizing. With pre-K, we're probably at 330. Currently, we're at 312. And this threshold number is very important because funding and allocations start dropping at the 300 level. As you can see, our enrollment trends at the middle school from 2019 to 2025 is dropping as well. And you can see our trend line, which is the gold line. While it's stabilizing over the last few years, we're at 144 students currently. Our enrollment trends at the high school have largely been stable after COVID. Twiggs County High School accounts for 30 to 33% of the district total student population. Our growth has remained somewhat positive, but we took a real hit at COVID. Students left but never came back. Families moved but never moved back. Our FTE is declining, impacting our funding. While we've done some things to help ourselves categorically, we're seeing about an 8.4% decrease since 2019 school year. JAS is helping to stabilize the budget and from sustained losses from the middle and high school. But there is a funding gap. The financial reality, we have declining FTE impacting our funding, loss of purchasing power due to inflation, higher costs per student, costs are rising while enrollment declines, and there's a strain on district resources. And this, I had to show our state committee, is to show what our money is doing. So if you look at the very bottom number, $2,702,665 in 2021. So for us to have the same purchasing power in 2021, we would need $3.39 million. And that's to show that the dollar value, the exact amount of funding has been pretty much the same dollar amount. So our purchasing power has diminished greatly. And that's the squeeze that we're feeling. We're feeling the need to do what we've always done, but the money will only go but so far. What are our facility challenges? Aging buildings require major repairs. Roofing and HVAC are concerns, and our deferred maintenance backlog only gets greater and more expensive as every day passes. And we have multiple facilities that are increasing our cost. What have we accomplished? We had to upgrade our classrooms and our lighting, and we did that over several SPLOSTs. We did the track resurfacing and other athletic improvements. We did security enhancements as needed. And we improved the HVAC and air quality over the last 5 to 10 years due to COVID and due to other aging equipment. Here's just a couple pictures that I showed the committee of the things that we did do to keep our buildings relevant. The new desks, the new paint, new technology, even in the media center, trying to upgrade those things to make those things still livable. Next, you see the athletic improvements of the track, as well as security enhancements, and we're continuing those as we speak. And some of that, thank God, is through the COPS grant, which is a federal grant that allows us to do some of these upgrades. And also the state has been somewhat generous in giving us security grants over the last 3 to 4 years. Of course, other security improvements. And as you can see, we have different improvements at the HVAC system, redoing piping, air handlers, and other units over the last few years, as well as at the high school, new cooling towers, as well as high efficiency gas furnaces. Our gas bill at the high school used to be about $10,000 a month in the summer because of inefficient boilers that we were using and pass through. With this, we average in the summer about $1,100. The core issue, we are maintaining more space than we can afford with fewer students than we once served. That's the issue. We have about 91 instructional areas, and the state says we only really need 41. What's the cost of the status quo? We have higher utility bills and staffing costs for cleaning and such. We have duplicate operations across buildings. We maintain 2 nutrition staffs, 2 receptionists, 2 SROs, 2 secretaries. And this increases our demand for maintenance. So we're going to look at a strategic shift. We're going to align facilities with our enrollment. We're going to focus on sustainability. We're going to reduce our inefficiencies, and we're going to plan for long-term growth. I will not be here for the next 5 years. Somebody will be here, and this is the plan. And the plan allows them and the state to give them the resources and the help to make this happen. And that's why it's so important that we get it on paper what we want to do. So if you don't get it in this 5 years, you got to wait another 5. So that's 10 years. So that'd be 10 years of waiting to get some of these issues and our students in a better situation, and one that matches our new fiscal reality. What's our vision? Our vision is a pre-K-12 school. One roof, all the students, one location. We had a presentation from SRJ, and we looked at it and looked at option 4. We would go with the 47 earned instructional units. We currently have 84. So you can see the space differences in that alone. We've done the phase out resolution. The board signed that. And what this says is that it's not saying you have to. It's saying that you're allowing the state to give you the resources to look at the feasibility of doing such. So as you can see, this is our current area, and we have mapped out where we would put across the street. And this is hypothetical once they look at that, because you have to go through a whole siting process with the state and the state engineers and the State Department of Facilities. So we have more than enough land where we could move, not interrupt school, build a new facility, and then think about the facility use of whatever we're going to do with the older buildings. We have a new gym pretty much at the elementary school that would be some use. We have a gym and other facilities that can sort of be turned around in some way, but having everybody and personnel-wise and wage-wise and benefit-wise would behoove us to look at one building. So we currently we are asking the state to look at a program for 47 learning units, which is a little bit more than the state is saying 41, we say 47, add for band and a few other things. As you can look, and the square footages. So on the next slide, you'll see what this would cost us. They project that a building would cost $44 million. We would qualify for a low wealth project. That means that the state would pay for $40 million of the $44 million. What we would have to contribute is 5 years of SPLOST, which is one resolution, one SPLOST vote, 5 years of SPLOST to match the state, and which right now they're projecting that would be $4.2 million. So the county has an opportunity to get a $44 million building for the price of $4 million. And in some of the daily things that we're having to deal with as far as finances. What's the risk of inaction? Rising maintenance costs beyond our current fiscal ability to pay them, continued inefficiencies, facility deterioration that cause either health or harm issues for our students and staff, and reduced program investment. We are not reacting to this crisis, we're planning for the future. So what's our next steps? Approval of the 5-year facility plan. Continue facility assessment, stakeholder engagement about our plan, funding exploration, and the phase-in transition of the plan. So our goal is to ensure a safe, efficient, and sustainable learning environment for every student. Are there any questions?
Questions?
With SRJ, is that the only architect that, I know we used it before, is that the only one that you selected? I see SRJ, is that the only architect that you've been referring to?
Well, currently they're not just any architects, they're our architects. Right, so if we wanted to go with another firm, we'll have to do an RFP, and that's more than reasonable to do that if you like. But right now, they're our firm that we have done RFPs for, and they help us with all of our facility needs that go beyond things that we don't pay them for. So they've been in on the process. So everybody works for you for free until it's time for something like this. But you do have the option as a board to do a request for proposals and search for other firms. So that's more than the board's option when that time comes. The architect fees are not in that $44 million. They're separate. The state pays that, 10% of that to them. So that would be handled in that, not just the SRJ, but anyone the board would like to choose.
Yeah, because it's always good to shop around. You know, we've been using them for a long time, but thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the 5-year facility plan resolution?
I move the motion to approve the 5-year facility plan resolution.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been properly made by Ms. Blackshear and second by Ms. King. Is there any discussion? Okay, then all in favor of approving the facility plan, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we have some FY23 invoices, outstanding invoices. Once again, we're a system with a vision, generating excellence, one team, one goal, and that our mission is to inspire, challenge, prepare all of our students to compete globally. And this pertains to all of our strategic goals: learning and wellness for all, excellence ahead, doing things the Twiggs way, growing and sustaining our village, and becoming a premier people-first organization. Why am I bringing this to the board? 2-year prior invoices remain outstanding from FY23. That's the 22-23 school year. The obligations were connected to special education and the district crisis alert system, the one that the teachers wear, alerts if there's an emergency or an intruder. These invoices were not managed or resolved in a timely manner under the previous administration team. This manner reflects poor financial management and now creates a current year pressure point for all of us. If you go to the next. The outstanding invoices summary that you have is Eluma, which is a special education service provider. We owe them $70,899, and that's currently. There were some payments made in FY 25. So let me give you the background history of that as I understand it today. When the bill came, they had overcharged the district. And then there had to been some negotiation to get the bill down to what, I guess, the services that we received, which was $125,000 to $130,000 to get it down to that. My issue is we budget every year for auxiliary services, speech, OT, PT, psychology. You approve those. Those are budgeted items. So when we got down to what it was that we owed, because I wouldn't have paid either if I thought the bill was outrageous, we then no longer had the money. And I will say this for my team, is every week we have to bust another $100,000 of unexpected, unanticipated bills or expenses that put everyone in jeopardy and jobs at risk. The next is the crisis alert system, which had left the bill for $29,500. So let me explain this as I understand it. We wrote the check to pay for the bill, but we were writing a lot of checks and not sending the checks. So it would register in the system that we paid a bill, hold the check. But we forgot to pay this check, and then when it came time, when we found the check, there was no money to pay the bill. That's my understanding. We are by law bounded to have an alert crisis system working in our building. Currently, they've been very gracious with us to allow us to figure out what happened before they cut our crisis system off. We have a total outstanding FY23 obligation of $100,399. What is our corrective path? Approve the payment to Eluma balance in installments of $10,000 until the full amount of $70,899. I want to thank Ms. Reardon for negotiating that. Thank you, Ms. Reardon. Approve the payment of Centegic's balance of $29,500 in full when the funds are available. Authorize the administration to implement this payment plan and report progress back to the board as soon as we have. This recommendation is necessary because of unpaid obligations resulting from poor financial management of the previous administration. It must now be resolved in an orderly and responsible manner right now. So I would like approval for us, which is consistent with the board policy, that any invoice over $25,000 is approved by the board. So, Mr. Chair.
Question.
When you say jobs at risk,
Yes.
can you expand on that?
Yes, ma'am. Our money is so tight. When you say $100,000, let's look at $100,000. $100,000 would fund 2 parapros and their benefits for a year. This money is coming out of thin air. It's not budgeted. We got to take it because we owe it. That's how tight the budget is. When we did the cash flow analysis with our CPA, and we borrowed the money, we stepped out exactly what it would take to get us through to our next tax collection, which starts in October. So let's look at it this way. We had $100,000 that we had to come up with, nothing wrong with that, for our bonuses. Some districts have come up with millions of dollars to do the bonus. We thought that was the best decision for our staff. They deserve it, no issue. But that's $100,000 we had to find. This is $100,000 that we have to find. And we don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep finding. I hate being the person to be up here saying this, but it's real. Every day, every week, we sit and we go through every single bill, every single invoice to make sure that we are financially solvent and paying our bills responsibly. But this, if we find any more, I'm going to have to come with other recommendations. That's what it means.
You're saying if you find any more?
Yes, sir.
And this is FY '23.
Yes, sir.
And what you're asking for tonight is for us to approve paying the money when we have it.
Yes, sir. And we'll think that'll be in the next week or two, that we'll be able to take care of that, because we have to have the crisis alert system as required by law.
Are there any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the paying the invoices from FY '23 as the money is available? Can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the F-23 invoices to be paid.
Second motion. Okay, a motion has been properly made by Ms. King and second by Mr. Rouse. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. You still up?
Okay, yes, sir. Next, we'll have, Ms. Fastley, the central office reduction plan. We'll skip the vision and mission since I'm taking up a lot of time. Okay. Our strategic goals are all 5 of our strategic goals: learning and wellness for all, excellence ahead, doing things the Twiggs way, growing and sustaining our village, and becoming a premier people-first organization. What do we have here? So we've been in talks because it's been a personnel issue with the board, but one of the things that we've mentioned several times, and we'll give the details to, is the reduction of the central office, to downsize that over the next fiscal year, school year as well. The net FY27 relief for the budget will be $822,788.50. This plan is built around structural reductions, restored funding, and allowable fund shifts in response to the district's financial crisis. The focus on changing how selected work is staffed and funded rather than making broad classroom cuts. The recent personnel moves were made to facilitate this restructuring, which is now complete. Why was this package built? The district is responding to a documented financial crisis marked by cash flow strain, years of structural imbalance, and reduced flexibility in the general fund, as well as enrollment pressures, driving down enrollment pressure, inflation, and deferred maintenance continue to be ongoing issues. Ongoing overhead must be reduced before deeper cuts reach student-facing services. Ongoing overhead must be reduced before deeper cuts reach student-facing services. The board frame. These actions are necessary to stabilize our district's finances and protect the classroom core services. They are primary structural changes, not blow-up classroom changes. Recent personnel moves facilitate this. So I know we saw a lot of things happening, people moving, people shifting, titles changing, and that was to shift the work. And that was to make room for the change. What are the changes? First thing, we had state health benefit reporting fix, which should be about $200,000, which is a CPI error. We had another CPI coding error of $56,000, a coding correction, not error, of $56,453. A certified slot was corrected and funding is restored beginning July 1. The Executive Director of Operations line is reduced by $100,000. The remaining work and support through contracting and operating services. So you save $100,000 there. The Director of Human Resources job, the role has collapsed. Most of the duties will shift to someone else with support funds for other technologies set aside. The Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, converted from a full-time position to a contracted position on next year. The Superintendent of Finance and Operation, Deputy Superintendent, one superintendent role is collapsed, and the new Deputy Superintendent line consolidates these two prior roles. The digital media slot has been collapsed. Central office receptionist has been collapsed. The student superintendent salary has been reduced by $50,000. Special education director, new hire budgeted at a lower pay rate, $20,000. School psychologist, position reduced from full-time to part-time, reduced $61,718. Title I CTAE director, cost shifted $25,000 to Title I and CTAE rather than general fund. This would net us a total of $822,788 in net reductions. Questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you.
Ms. Denard?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share an overview of our induction teacher program and master teacher updates. I will walk you through how we intentionally support our teachers to ensure success for both educators and students. The purpose of our STOP program, which stands for Supporting Teachers on Purpose, is to provide structured, intentional support for first-year and new-to-district teachers. We want to ensure they transition smoothly into Twiggs County schools, feel confident in their roles, and are equipped with the tools needed to be effective from the start. Our program focuses on several key goals. We work to strengthen classroom management, improve instructional planning, and build teacher capacity. We also ensure teachers understand and can be successful within TEKS while developing habits of reflection and continuous improvement. The STOP program is a year-long experience. The STOP program is facilitated by Mrs. Flavia Gunter and myself. Teachers participate in monthly sessions, typically held from 3:30 to 5 o'clock. These sessions are required for all first-year teachers and are designed to include professional learning, collaboration, and reflection. Our program includes several key components: an initial orientation, a series of induction sessions, instructional coaching support, and ongoing classroom feedback. The teachers also have opportunities to collaborate with peers, and we conclude the program with an end-of-year celebration to recognize their growth. A major component of our program is helping teachers understand TEKS. We support them in connecting their daily instructional practices to TEKS standards and indicators, using feedback to refine their teaching and preparing for successful evaluations. At the end of the year, we celebrate our teachers' growth through the STOP celebration. Teachers often share their learning and experiences, and we recognize their hard work with certificates and acknowledgement from district leadership. This year, our celebration will be May 13th. Now, I will share my work week at a glance as the district master teacher. On Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, with all 3 schools, elementary, middle, and high, I conduct observations, co-teaching, modeling, co-planning, lesson preparation, and coaching cycle implementation. Tuesdays and Thursdays are designated collaborative planning days. On these days, I stay with each school to support all teachers. Tuesdays, I am with the middle high school, and Wednesdays, I am with the elementary school. On these days, I assist with aligning standards, utilizing instructional platforms, and developing lesson plans. This form that you see on the screen documents a follow-up from one of our new teacher induction sessions. Forms are used to help deliver feedback to teachers. The focus of this observation was to make sure routines were being implemented. The form includes what was done, TEKS standards that were supported, and overall notes. This year, I had the opportunity to participate in a coaching consortium with Middle Georgia RESA. From that opportunity, I was asked if I would facilitate a coaching lab for instructional coaches within the Middle Georgia area. The lab was used to allow time for instructional coaches to practice and model coaching moves learned during the consortium. We conducted our lab with Mrs. Anna Sanders, who teaches 7th and 8th grade math. It was a great experience. We received the ultimate compliment from one of our Middle Georgia RESA consultants, Julie Steele. She said that this was the best middle school experience she ever had. I would like to publicly thank Mrs. Sanders and Ms. Jenkins for allowing time for us to come into the school and to make this happen. The last slide that you see is just a snapshots of work in action, modeling, co-teaching, coaching lab, and the end of the year celebration. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Ingram.
Good evening, Board Chair Mr. Christopherson, Vice Chair Mr. Rouse, Board members, and Superintendent Mr. Bacon. I would like to present to you the map data presentation from the school year from Twiggs County High School, school year 25-26. All right, the vision of our school, generating excellence, one team, one goal. Our mission, to inspire, challenge, and prepare our students to compete globally. COBRA's ready, always ready. That's our mantra. Striking for excellence is what we do. We'll go into our map, data reports, and information. But first of all, what is the map assessment? The MAP assessment is a computer-adaptive K-12 interim assessment. It measures students' academic growth in reading, math, and science. It adjusts the question difficulty in real time based on the students' responses. It also provides an individualized profile of students' strengths and learning needs. It's typically administered 2 to 3 times a year. In our MAP data, reading achievement levels, you can actually compare it to as what you would propose with the Georgia milestone reading levels. Level 1,
level 2, level 3, and level 4. And then it also gives you a percentile against other schools that have taken this test across the nation. So you see percentile, let's say reading, 64 percentile, we score higher than 64% of the schools in the nation that took this MAP assessment. Okay? So level 1, level is 22%, level 2, 23%, level 3, 31%, level 4, 24%. So your level 3s are your proficients, your level 4, those are higher and beyond. Level 2s, and you'll need a little bit of improvement, and your level 1s are gonna need a lot of improvement. Then we broke the data down by the grade levels. And if you look in particular at the 10th grade, the 10th graders this year are taking the Georgia Milestones. They'll be taking that test next week. And for their particular areas, we did have 19% in 10th grade scoring level 1, 33% in level 2, 26% level 3, and 22% level 4. All right, going into math, we were in the 35th percentile nationwide, a little bit lower than the reading, 35th percentile. Again, we looked at Algebra 1. Algebra 1 is going to be the subject we're taking in the Georgia Milestones next week. 31% level 1, 42% level 2, level 3 is 12%, and level 4 is 15%. And the reason why we didn't break this, you'll see the reason we didn't break this into grade levels, the majority of your 9th graders are going to be in your Algebra 1. There's very few 10th graders through 12, I mean less than 5, that take that test. So basically looking at this data will kind of give us an idea how we'll look on the milestones. Let's go to science. And what we learned, this is our first year taking the science assessment. It was a mixture of physical science, biology, and a little bit of chemistry questions. And the data didn't break it down by subject, but we were able to break it down by the grade levels that took this assessment. And if you look overall, 19% scored level 2, 42% in level, 19% level 1, 42% level 2, 19% in level 3, and 20% in level 4. Overall, we were in the 51st percentile, so we were halfway with the nation in taking this science assessment. Okay. All right. What does our data tell us about student readiness? That again, 44% of our 10th graders are performing above the grade level, 33% are just below at level 2, and 19% are still performing level 1. What patterns are we seeing with this classroom data? We're practicing for the milestones. We have some challenges with independent grade level reading assignments on their grade level, a few challenges there. Also with the endurance of the students with their instructional tests being presented to them. Challenges with some tasks that require higher level thinking skills. We are using purchased resources, Newsella, teacher crafted tasks. And then we do run into some issues such as work avoidance, want to be on their social media during class time, and some disengagement. All right, what growth trends are we seeing since the beginning of the year? We're moving towards grade level performance, and that's what we want to see on that milestones. We're increasing completion of these academic tasks, improved reading comprehension. The more they're reading, the more they're comprehending, and then greater willingness to accept those challenging assignments. We're going to give it to them. We're going to give those challenging assignments. We want those students to be ready and prepared for the real world. What strategies are we using to improve this? Bi-weekly tasks. That's a small test, no more than about 5 questions every other week to assess the student's performance. A focus on blueprints of teaching, and then intentional use of purchase materials that have research positivity. Let's go to math. What did our data tell us about the math? That's 27% of our students are at the grade level, 42% are just below the grade level, and what I want you to realize, we took the last MAP assessment in math in February, so we had 2 months to work on this data. Okay, we've had 2 months to work. We've seen this data for about 2 months, and we have opportunities to work to improve this. And we chose not to take it again because the students are going to take the MAP test next week. There's no use in testing the students to death. We want to go ahead and be focused for this milestones coming up next week. And then 31% of our students at that time, they were performing below grade level. Okay, what did we see at this time as they was getting ready to take these MAP assessments? Again, they're practicing. They're doing practice tests for the milestones. We had some challenges with your foundational skills, mathematical foundational skills, working on fact fluencies. These are your math facts. Math problems that require multiple steps, they were a challenge. And actually, math does help work with your vocabulary, especially when you start working with word problems and dealing with math terminology. Active use of resources such as iExcel. And again, the same with ELA, we had some challenges with their daily performances, such as they want to get on their social media, they want to avoid some of their assignments. What growth trends did we see since the beginning of the year? They're moving towards that grade level performance. Okay, they're using the ability to solve multi-step problems. Okay, that goes into rigor. Improve foundational skills, improving on your math facts. Improve student performance on bell ringers and the biweekly assessments. And then also, again, they're realizing we're going to give them that challenging work, and they're accepting it and working on that challenging work. Okay? What strategies did we use? Focus on the math task from the Georgia Department of Education. Teaching of the standards, allowing for reteaching and practice for the assessments. We regrouped some of the classes. We've had professional people to come in and work with us to work with some of our kids who needed extra help. Biweekly assessments, just as we did with ELA, and focus on blueprints of teaching. All right, let's go to science. What does our diagnostic data tell us about the current student readiness? At that time, we had 39% of the students performing at or above grade level, 42% were just below grade level, and another 19% in science performing below grade level. Okay. Again, we were practicing milestone tests there. Science-related vocabulary, terminology was a challenge. Investigations, those investigations in labs prevented some challenge because you go into those critical thinking, those higher order thinking skills. And then challenges again with some daily occurrences. What were some of those growth trends we saw since the beginning of the year in science? Again, movement towards the grade level performance. Vocabulary word walls, you're immersed in science vocabulary, you're seeing it daily as long as you're in the building, in the classroom, you're seeing those science terms. You're hearing those science terms, you're discussing those science terms. Use of technology in the science curriculum. Improvement of student performance on their biweekly assessments and their bell ringers, and willingness to accept this challenging work. And what were some of those strategies we used? Again, that vocabulary word wall, immersing them in that terminology, teaching the 5 E's, engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluating. Effective use of technology, visual aids, relevant labs that's relevant to their life, things they'll see, in their daily life, and writing up those lab reports. And then active use of inspired reading sources for proficient learning, and also using professionals to help assist. Any questions?
You mentioned a couple of times that endurance was a problem. How are you addressing that? The way I understand it is to test too long, or they just don't want to go after a while, they just quit.
Well, Mr. Christopher, at first, it's an expectation.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to do this work. We expect you to do this. The state has told you these are the standards. This is what we need for you to be. So first of all, you teach those expectations. And then you don't back down from those expectations. You continue to give that work. You work them up. You work them for their endurance, to build endurance. It's not going to happen overnight. Take reading, for example. You tell your child to read 30 pages every night. If they're not used to that, they're not gonna read 30 pages the first night unless you can make them and do something with it. But eventually, they're gonna get to that point. So you continue to have those expectations for them to do that, it eventually happens. And they realize you're not gonna back down, well, you're gonna do the work.
I just want to say those numbers are dismal, and that is really concerning to me. And I know that it all don't happen overnight, but we gotta, those numbers are dismal. I'll just leave it at that. To say and I know it all won't happen at once, but yeah, those are concerning.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Yes. Okay. Mr. Butler just realized that last test was given in February, and that we've seen those numbers. We've had 2 months to work on those numbers. And again, we're not going to retest them again because the main test is coming up next week. We want these kids ready for the main milestones test. So we've tested them. Now, science, we only tested them one time, but math and ELA, we've had the opportunity to test them twice this year to see those numbers, and we've had the opportunity to work with those numbers since February.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Finally, Ms. Whitaker.
Let's talk more numbers. Good evening, board. Let me grab my computer real fast. I can't see it. One second, I have it already. I did do much better with my files this month, though. We are going to cover February 2026 in the financial report this month. The finance department and staff is working diligently to get these financial reports back up to the previous month that we're in. But we want to also make sure that what we are presenting to you is absolutely accurate. And so if I don't feel completely comfortable that it's accurate, I don't want to go ahead and present March to you if there may be some type of error. So we're presenting February. Next month, we're gonna do our best. Our goal is to get you back up current. So next month, we would present March and April. So that is our goal, but we want to first and foremost make sure that everything I present to you is accurate. So for the month of February 2026, we'll look at general fund first. General fund. You received $432,000 of local tax money, so that would be your property tax checks. And you'll notice that as the months go along, that dollar amount gets less and less. Typically, November, December, January are your biggest months for property tax revenue. If you look at the top of that percent to date column, 67% is the point in time where we are in the budget. So for local taxes to be at 89%, that is good. We are on track to fulfill that 100% of our budgeted revenue for local taxes. So we are on track for that. Your state QB allotment is right at 69%. It tracks the same every month. So you earned your normal QBE allotment of $425,000. We have some other state sources of revenue that came in. For expenditures, we want to see your expenditures to be right at that 67% or lower. If you look at total expenditures, you're at 66% of your budget has been spent so far. So we are tracking slightly less than the 67% goal. If you look at by function, there aren't any real concerning functions. Central support services is slightly high at 79%. However, that is a very small category. So if you're just a few $1,000s higher than normal, then it's gonna throw that percentage up. So there's not any category that I saw that seemed concerning. So for the month of February, that puts you right at generating $20,117 more in net revenue over expenditures. If we go down to capital projects fund, your SPOS revenue for the month, and remember we split your SPOS revenue between capital projects and debt service so that we can make sure we fund debt service first, we can make our bond payment, but the SPOS revenue that went towards your capital projects fund was $218,000 this month. We had very few expenditures, only $11,000 in instruction and $1,200 in maintenance and operations. But you will notice at the bottom, there's a huge interfund transfer expenditure, and that is that $1.4 million of SPOS proceeds that we received that are we're still trying to work through an explanation, so we don't want to put those funds into the pot to be spent. So we took those and we transferred them out to Georgia Fund 1 so that they can sit separate, earn some interest while we work through all of those details. So the 1.8 million in year-to-date revenue includes that 1.4. So we wanted to make sure that we put that transfer out so that it doesn't look like you've generated a lot more revenue than you've spent. So, so you'll see a negative 1.2 million, but that's just because we move the revenue into a safe place where it can earn some interest while we work through those details. If we go to debt service, you'll see we took $12,750 of the SPOS revenue generated in the month of February. We put into specifically for debt service, and the year-to-date revenue that we've generated for debt service is enough to cover the first interest payment that you see, the $79,250 that's already been paid, the bond premium payment that will come due, as well as the interest payment that will come due at the end of the year in June. So that revenue generated year-to-date is set aside into that debt service fund so that we can make those payments. And then moving along to special revenue fund, these are your federal grants and your those federal grant monies that have to be accounted for separately. It does show that we have collected 100% of what we think that federal grant revenue should have been this year. But we've only spent 79%. So when I look at this report, I have a few questions. So one of the things that, one of the projects that we're gonna work on in this upcoming month is to dig into this special revenue fund, because it appears to be that we've collected some revenue that we have not actually spent the funds for, if you just look at the face value of it. So that's something we're gonna work on this next upcoming month to see exactly why those expenditures are not being reflected. I'll have an update next month on that. School nutrition, revenue's right at 64%, expenditure, so revenue's slightly low, but expenditures are slightly low as well at 57%, so they are tracking perfectly normal, with right at $700 collected more than spent in the month of February. If we want to change gears just a little bit and look at your balance sheet for the month of February, so the first is your general operating account, and remember your general operating account includes your general fund as well as your special revenue fund. So that's all your federal grants are all in that same bank account. You had an actual cash on hand balance of $365,365 the end of February, which gave us an unrestricted days cash of 12.64, which is slightly higher than we reported in January. January was right at 5 days, so it is slightly higher. you'll notice that your accounts payable balance is $81,437. That is lower than it was in January, and we're up to date on all of, we're no longer holding those checks that you were talking about. We're up to date on getting all of those checks cut as well as sent out and mailed. And so what you see here as outstanding checks, the 81,000, is truly just outstanding checks. It's just checks that people have not taken to the bank and have not cashed. For your SPLOST 2 account, and so this is where your SPLOST revenue comes in, and this includes your SPLOST fund and your debt service fund. You have $694,000 in cash on hand. And so remember last month it was huge because that 1.4 million was also sitting in this account. So we moved the 1.4 million out to Georgia Fund 1 into your investment account so that it can sit there and earn some interest. And so what you're left with in just your SPLOST account is $694,152, which the majority of will go towards making your bond payment and interest payment. Last but not least, your school nutrition account. You have $27,958 cash on hand, and some of that is reflected in $25,000 in payables. Your actual cash bank balance is $53,000. So once you take those payables out, you're left with $27,958 of cash on hand in your school nutrition account. And that concludes your statement of revenue and net assets.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
I do.
Oh,
I
go
just
ahead.
have, I know you said we're on February
Yes.
of 2026. Do you know when we will be caught up to date with current?
So the team's goal is to, when I present to you at the next board meeting, to present both March and April and be up to date at that point. So your May, so this is your April board meeting. So your May board meeting, I'll present both March and April, and then we'll be completely up to date. Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. Well, that concludes our business agenda. I want to thank each one of you for being here. At this time, can I get a motion to move into executive session for personnel matters, future acquisition of property or pending or potential litigation, school safety, and cybersecurity?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion been properly made by Ms. Blackshear and second by Ms. King. Is there any discussion? Y'all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Again, thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to return from executive session?
So move.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been properly made by Ms. Blackshear and second by Mr. Rouse that we return from executive session. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. And now, can I get a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendations for the new hire, and the resignations?
So move.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been properly made by Ms. Blackshear and second by Mr. Rouse that we accept the superintendent's recommendations to the one new hire and the 3 resignations. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, and Mr. Butler? Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. And now, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been properly made by Ms. Blackshear and second by Mr. Rouse that we adjourn. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. This meeting is now adjourned.